Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A
very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
あ、美味しいこれ。
よかったね。
Isn't the process of
食えねえよ。
decay
飲めねえよ。
fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
なんだよ。
なんだよ。
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Is this important?
Possibly.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows.
そうなの？
Typical.
親父のだったんだ。
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical.
よくある
I
話だ。
haven't seen that tape for a long
仲はいいん
time.
だな。
Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well.
娘のだもんね。
Possessions are fleeting, my friends. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
うん、ちょっと言えてんじゃん。
At the moment, it was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
レイヤでいいのか、名前。
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
仲悪そうだな、この二人。
Freya was well acquainted with the
Felix
abstract,
と
I'll say that
ポインタ
much.
ー。
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there.
どういうこと？
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
よくわかん
Well,
ない
now,。that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
なんか知ってそうだな。
What a precious
たくんも
photograph.
想像つくけど
She
ね、
hasn't
これ自体
changed
は
a。bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, If you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother.
あ、そうな
She
の
passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy
娘
still
の部屋に
has
入
it
って
up
ない
on
んか、
her
この人。
wall.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
So, which one is Tangle Tower?
What's...
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely though, doesn't it?
こいつにはわかんねえのか。
Dearest Flora, a
あ、やっぱこう、
remarkable
関係
Yes,
つけるんだ。
Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What's the question?
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
よくこのおしゃべりの親父から
You're the one currently
フローラ
basking
結婚でき
in
た
his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a
Ante
real
da yo.
thing?
No, I just meant to. Can they both wear, you know, red capes of a sort?
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving.
確かに同じ
Tremendous
あの
patience.
絵の具だもんね。
She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh yes, especially after,
Hold on, hold
especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years
住んでんの
old.
か。
She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything in Tangle Tower.
じゃあ遺産目当てで殺されたわけではないってことね。
I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust
Oh.
on his judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
フィフィとフィッツはそこまで仲良くはないんだ。
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic,
仲悪
really.
いな。
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter, always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this.
これはこれであれあれ
単純なんじゃないこれ。
うん。
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids
だけで
were
ごまかせると
swapped
思ってん
behind
の
it.
か。
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
だから血を使ったんか。この世界の住民はみんな手が4本なんだ。全然気づいてなかったよ。気づいてた？
うん。それはどうでもいいかと。
まあそうだけど、ここも4本なんだと思って。このポインターも。
あれ待って。
絶対違うでしょ。
違うのね。
赤い絵の具の瓶は、フィリックスが書いたから、空になってしまった、盗まれたからか？つまりなんかフェリックスが赤い絵の具を盗んだからフレイヤは赤い絵の具がなくて血を使用したみたいなこと言いたいんじゃないの？
あれ
赤い絵の具が空になっていた。いや違う、空になっていた。違う。赤い絵の具はルーラの絵を描く前になんか違うの。
あれ
いっぱいだった。血液でそんないっぱいでもなかったの？私考えてること違う？赤い絵の具の瓶は埋め込まれていて、赤い絵の具の瓶は数週間前にフレイヤによって、いや数週間前じゃない、さっきの話だもんな。 血液が含まれていなかった。
This red paint pot was used to
違うな。
destroy blood by Freya several weeks ago. Nope.
全然違うらしい。全然違うんだから最初のやつも間違ってんだよきっと。フレイヤの筆はフレイヤがフローラの絵を描くために使った後っていうのもう終わってもんな、なんか全部使った後に壊さないと文脈としてはおかしくない。フレイヤによって
フレイヤね。
フ
フレイヤ。
レイヤ、ああそっか。でもフレイヤって言ってたよ。
まあ、フレイヤって
呼んでた
発音的には
発音的に。フレイヤって言いづらいもんなんか。
あれ俺の考えてること違う。
違う？
こ
この瓶が壊されてる理由がわかんのかな。血液はレイヤがフローラの絵を描くために使った後、
何？
あとなんか違うな。
ないんだよ、それ。
それないな。
Freya's paintbrush was used to fill up this red paint pot and emptied out onto the floor. That's not right.
いいとこ出た。レイヤの瓶には赤い絵の具が入っていなかった。何か別のものだった。
This red paint pot was used to destroy blood by Freya several weeks ago. That's not right either. 駅でなぜかいっぱいやった。これ？
これか。
数週間前にフレイヤによって
This red paint pot
違うか。
contained no blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
書く、ああ、書く前に
This red paint pot was used to fill up blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change.
レイヤーじゃなく使う前じゃない。これじゃない。上。これじゃない。
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly
森の人形で
realized
遊
I
んでた
had
だけだ
run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to
Rico.
finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
さすがにそういうの気にするの？一切何も喋んなそう。
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window? We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
わかんな
What
い
do you
ね。
know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
確かに。
You never know.
でも鳥好きの仲間っていうのはあるのかな？
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now
じゃあ何
I'm
書いてん
just
だ？
doodling in the margins.
暇か。出た。
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession,
母ちゃんに向かっ
unknown.
て。
Likes, unknown.
何もわ
Dislikes,
かんないの？
unknown.
娘なのに。
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet. Willing to
喋るん
speak
だ。
when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name,
心を
Felix
閉ざしてん
Fellow.
のね。
Age, 53. Profession,
無職って言うなよ。探検家って言ってやれよ。
collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
だったん
You
だ。
asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from
確かにこっちは
reality.
芸術主義かもしれない。
Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
自分
Name Fiona Fellow. Age 19. Profession amateur microbiologist. Likes the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes the superfluous window dressing
Chill.
accompanying the majority of human
いや、
contact.
自動は読めてないよ。
Kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
貸して。
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
貸し
How
て
are you
よ。
related to the other fellows?
強いままだし
Fitz。is my
あ、強く
cousin.
なかった。ごめん。
His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name Hawkshaw.
男ってこと。
Age unknown. Profession private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name Freya Fellow. Age 19. Profession artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know
どうい
why?
うこと？
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name Fitzfellow.
あんまり
Age 24. Profession cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I
未
thought
確
it
認
was
植
just
物学者。
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. Name Percival Pointer. Age 57. Profession none.
I'm pretty sure he's an
若いの
astronomer.
に無職多くない
Oh,
みんな。
yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
好きじゃないの？どうした？
Name Penelope Pointer. Age likes
え、どう
birds.
した？
Dislikes
勝手に送られるんでしょ？
notes. Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
確かに全くなさそう。
Name Freya Fellow.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something
なんでやめ
suspicious.
ちゃったの？
Let's ask him about it.
ちょっと操作見てた。
え、今すぐ話すの？まださ、ペニーのことについて話してないの。ペニーじゃない、ポピーのことについて話してないのに。あとさ、その画板見てほしいんだけど。その柱にくくってある画板。
Hanging baskets.
To you,
They're
mate.
only 2.
2 inches makes all.
なんて言ったらいいの？ファイル？
これ？
うん
A
あ、
little
これね。
chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
これメモだと思うんだよな。
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But
What
yeah,
the-
she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
私は
嘘。
真ん中だと思うな。
うん。
Fifi did
まあ
see
嘘ではない。
Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
それもなんか、なんとなくの見当はつくよな。
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental.
大事なものではあ
To
るんだ。
take it up Pointer Tower, I don't use it at all.
.鉢植えの花はペニーの部屋にあったんだもんね。スコップはフィッツがペニーの部屋で花を世話するために使用されている。うん。
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
お、なんで？
なんで
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
なんでなんで見たことないの？やべ、私にはわからねえ。
Let's take a closer look at these.
鉢植えにハートが書いてあるだけじゃないの？別物ってこと？なんか合致するよな、これ。
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly
確かにないって
interested
言って
in
た。
looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again. When she's not there, water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
え、人物についても聞いたついでに。
It's bigger in here than...
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think
So-
she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same
難しくて
thing.
よくわかってないじゃん。
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure?
してないんだ。
Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
わかんなかったのかよ。
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't
生物
think there was
学。
much overlap between astronomy and biology.
やっ
Penelope
ぱりな
is
んか
my
虫について
fiancée.
聞
Don't
きた
take
かっ
this
て
the
んの。
wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing? Recently.
Good. It's good. Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
近いしね。
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already
Hawkshaw.
worked out what you're searching for.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. Hawkshaw doesn't know how to use it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
みんなそれを望遠鏡だというね。三脚もつけられるって言ってたけど。
そうそう。今メガメなんじゃん。
やべ、分かってねえ。私全然分かってねえけど。おかしなってん。これ
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescope. Almost. Maybe just change.
あれなんで
嘘をついているじゃなくない？それでもない。これ嘘をついて顕微鏡っては言わないと思うんだよね。盗んだか。
The handheld microscope is a part of. Nope.
違くなった。じゃあこれだ。じゃあ別のやつが間違ってんだ。
The handheld microscope. Almost. Maybe just. The handheld microscope. Almost. Maybe. The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So
まあこれは顕微鏡じゃないとは思ってたけど。
まあ顕微鏡っぽくないもんね、
I'm
どう見ても。
inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Aksha, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to
なんだ
become?
急に。
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim. Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
もう一回黄金の虫を聞いてもいい？
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
良い言い方だ。
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. 314 cases solved. 314.
負けてる。
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a
生
day,
前の彼女
she
知って
had
んだまだ。
identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
兆候はあった。
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective.
意地悪しないで。
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse.
なんか当
But
た
I
りの良さ
heard
どうやって維
he's
持
been
してるの
breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
ひどい。
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
I should probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
How long is that thing?
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course
What the-
originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora. How sweet.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space. Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make round a room? Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon, the chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
父親に向かってそういうこと言うのすげえな。
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
なんかでも重要そうなことは言ってた。
うん。
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how
1年
sad.
前。
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told.
絵にも
Studied
鳥にも精通して
professionally
ん
at
の
one
か。
point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet.
確かに
I
全
dare
然似てな
say
い。
I'm a little too loud for her.
その辺分かっ
I
てんだ
can
け
see
ど。
that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you
人はあ
and
な た
me, I
を
think
虚構と言ってる
Felix
人も
is
いるけど。
secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. I mean, well, you don't need to.
Oh no, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow.
言い方。
I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that? She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabel, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath.
6年
I
前。
can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
確かに
And
大きくて強そう
so
だけど。
brooding.
そうだね
Kinda。sulky, yeah.
I can
あんま
never
り合わな
tell
そうだけど。
what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she?
ベストですね。
Is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would
嫌い
Poppy
すぎる
lie
で
to
しょ。
us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
ポピーはあまりそんなに思ってないけど、ペニーはマジで嫌いそう。
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
絶対嘘じゃん。
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but
No,
also
ski jump.
highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice
その
her
1 年
by
で何があ
herself,
ったんだ。
wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family.
あ、そうなの。
Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time,
今のと
till
ころ
she marries the gardener.
あ
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking
エ
ship.
ロ家が嫌いなの。
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never. Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has
そうなんだ。
never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
うん。
じゃあポピーとフィフィはいとこなの？下になんかタブがついてるけど、それは何？あ、なんかメモだ。
ちょっと待って、これ見して。うん。うん。うん。うん。
これ事故当時か、事件当時か。どういう動きをしたかってことか。今なんかさ、見てないものがあるんじゃない？
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. What is it?
月と太陽の関係ってここにあるんじゃないか。
うん、俺はそれを見たかった。
Pretty. Pretty.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
It's a chart of the solar. Which planet are you? It's a chart of the solar. Which planet are you? A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So? Even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than
So?
notebook.
Even the most well-used notebook.
It's tidier than
So? Even the most well-used notebook.
It's tidier than
So? Even the most well-used
It's tidier than
So? Even the most well-used notebook. There's something kinda... I just expected a bit more.
Does it not compare to all the other?
There's something kinda... I just...
Does it not compare?
Pretty. Pretty.
A spyglass?
They're in very good condition.
A bell jar.
What do people normally keep
Other
them?
than bells, you mean? Every astronomy tower.
I want to try.
あ、やっぱフローラが見えんじゃん。
やっぱり向かい側だから見えたのか。
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
なんで倒れたのに？
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind?
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down.
これ実験当時こ
You
れ
can
見て
see
て何も
right
見えな
I
かった
can
って
see
こと
behind her is the backside. Can't really. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it.
え
I think this is just how it's set up.
じゃあ何見てんのこの人
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits.
怖っ
Something.
急に怖くなっちゃった
Let's ask him about it.
動かせないのは怖すぎない
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
気になるこれ。何それ
You discovered meteors heading straight for Earth.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither. I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
フィフィはなんて言ってたっけこの人のこと
なんて
学者じゃないよね天文学者じゃなくて何かって言ってたよ未確認生物なんちゃらって言ってた
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
なんだこのカニさん。こんなのあったっ
This
け
wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
何それ
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
なんで
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use. I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
あ、でもあのカニさんの動きと一緒のやつだ。これ。
うん。
Let's come back later.
また最初のところに何かまだ残ってるよ。
一番最初のやつって何？
じゃあ一番最初のところ。
いや、
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
瓶の中の血液はなんか違うんだよな、この中のテキストが。赤い絵の中の羽の赤い先の部分を描くために使われたでしょ。それに入れるんだったらね。絵の中の羽の赤い先の部分を描くために使われた。証拠であるかな。私はね、そうだと思う。瓶の中の血液は証拠である。
Blood from the paint
違ったごめんな
pot
さい
was used to hide, almost. Maybe just change.
何も言いません
Blood from the paint pot, almost. Maybe just.
証明するために魔法か
Blood from the paint, almost. Maybe just. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted inked
似せるため
feather
に
to
これ
resemble
で
a
初めて
bloody
知ったんだけど
knife.
そうなの
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
もう話終わり
金ってここか？
なんだこの部屋なんか
It's a statue of a wolf. Standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
なんか重要そうだなこれ
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
窓が光が入んないのはそのせいかこれ下から光が入ってんのか
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic?
Kinda. Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
ちょうど真上なんだねそこが何かが
Is
入り
that
そう
what
だ
I
ね
think it is? Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
めっちゃ虫飛んでんねここ
Just dusty junk.
At least the moths are kept well fed. At least the moths are kept well fed.
ガなのか飛んでんの。この布は
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry,
これはない
is
の
this
か。
Kinda.
で、どれだ？これ？あ、違うか。これか。これか。
何が
ずっと動いてる。これのこと？やったー。やっぱり。
音楽を聴かせるとこうなるってこと、
うん、
じゃあ蓄音機はまあポピーでもいい、ね、
いやあとなんだっけ。
まずポピーに譜面弾いてもらうとか。
Alright.
Spooky murder mansion.
Spooky murder mansion.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
これ
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
やっぱり
そう、ピアノ。あとなんだっけ。
あと蓄音機。
蓄音機と
でもこの音楽か。
It's piano music.
なんで全体的に割れてんのかな。このゴボゴボって音何なんだっけ結局。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
うん。あと1個。
鼻歌聞こえる？
今聞こえてない。あと聞こえてたけど。ちょっと待って。あれもう一個何だったっけ？
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
この声さ、ペニーっぽいよね。音楽。あと音
いや
楽。
あそこにヒントが書いてあったじ
あった。像見ないとわかんない。
I'm still...
Should we take another look?
鳥だった。
Let's come back later. And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds. They're bird cages. But the birds are...
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
What's with those little windows?
I think they're there for dreaming.
Oh.
あれ鳥の音ってなんだろ
My little right.
There's nothing written in the book. I don't like
How
them.
do you get...
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other. Check out that butter.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
Is that for
裁縫用
sewing?
そうなの
Maybe?
We have no idea. And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
う。覚えてね。
じゃあ鳥とカゴのことについて聞いてみたら
I must say the girls are awfully well
I think
behaved.
they
know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all 3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the
Okay.
best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Hmm, なんだろ
Looks like nature. Rude.
う鳥が歌うよう
This
な場
is
面あ
the
った
fancy...
Too fancy.
What does
I
that...
don't know.
鳥で何かあったっけ？
We already solved it.
Never get the feeling you're being watched.
mannequins don't have
That's not... This is the...
Too.
What
I
is...
don't know. You know, the birds.
Oh, if that's true. Can they eat? That's some...
There's something we just feels out of place.
そういえばキティフィーの部屋の相関図みたいなのキティフィーの部屋違う図書館じゃない花さん緑の
Fifi's got
What
some...
is all this?
でもなんか大事そうな気がするんだよねこう
That's
ピ
you,
ッチと
Sally.
つながってるのが
I do not
ポ
look
ピー
like
なん
I.
だ
なんでこれクエスチョンなの？
なんでペニーとポインターがつながってんのかな
Looks like fits.
これもちょっとなんか気になるんだよねこれ。スクショ撮んなくていい
It's a drawing of Penny.
でもいつこれを書いたんだろうね。
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with...
Maybe. Did you
人
ever
間
try
関
that?
係を
Maybe it works.
測るのが苦手だから数式で解こうとしてるの。
Is Fifi...
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
なんでなのかな。音楽か。
まあ、ここ。
あと
こ
鳥
こだよな。
まあね、そこ溶けそうだよね。うん
It's locked.
I thought
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
溶けそうなのに全く意味がわからん。
対象になるんだったら、こうか。
Nothing.
The
Still,
tiles have all got that same symbol.
those moon symbols.
Maybe they're connected, but also.
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
Ah,
You know, I think
what?
this-
The whole
yeah, the
Some-
duality of the sun
If
and
you say so.
やっぱ天文学の塔かな。
let's come back once we know. Quint, not every room is going to be full.
もう上の絵の上に書いてある絵が関係してんのかなって思ったんだけど。
We already solved it.
Yeah, でも月の絵じゃないんだよな。星の絵なんだよな。
It's also daytime.
Yeah, it's too...
It's also daytime. There's something kind. I just
Oh, does it not compare?
じゃあなんで天文台があるんだろうこの部屋には。この家には。こっからこれはでもいけないの？
A big glass leads out.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
逆になってる。あれ？太陽が一個。何その太陽の位置。
あ、これで解けるじゃん。
あ、
解けた。
そういうことか。使う。じゃあ月はここに置けばいいんじゃない？月はこういう風に置いていけばいいんじゃない？いいんでしょう。
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress. It's locked.
I thought
We
were-
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
It's
I
locked. We
thought
are.
something-
上の太陽の位置間違ってますよ。違うよ。
It made a noise.
I guess that was right.
やっとわかった。
Finally, it's open.
ついにやってたんだ。
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
なんか鳥の羽とかいっぱいあるよ。
That's one big dragonfly.
変山だ。
Or one
うちの会社
very
に
small dragon.
2匹引っかかってて
変山だ。
泣いちゃう。
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing
なんで
headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
何これ。誰がつけたんだよこんなの。あ、鳥の羽いっ
It's
ぱい
a
あ
rose
る。
bush,
うん。
growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very
この
well
花
cared for.
か。
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
バラないなと思ってたけど。
Exactly. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great. More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
いいから出かけたいな。
An egg has got to
どこ
be
に
the easiest
ど
shape
こ
to
だろ
make.
う。どこだろうね。
天国。
天国かな。
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason.
確かに天気いいね。
See those metal
本当は
bars
出か
around
け
the
てよ、どっ
edges
かに。
too.
例えばピクニックと
Oh,
か。
yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
いや、そうなの言うなよ。天気いいなって言うから。
ドライブだよ。
Looks like somebody broke
ピク
them
ニッ
and
クだ
then
って
never
ば。
bothered to fix
例
it.
えばだよ。過剰公園を歩いたりとか。
Oh, good.
そういうこと。
I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Giant stone frog? Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
まあね。
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
あとで。あ、柱とかって見た。
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
卵
An
の像
egg
って
has got
い
to
ろ
be
んなとこ
the
にあるの。
easiest shape to make. It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me. The door into Poppy's room.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
Huh. I guess so. It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only two ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah.
ここで手入れしてるっつったんだよね。フィッツは。
うん。
したら、
A little pond.
Poppy
Looks
もい
really,
て。
see those metal
Oh,
bars?
yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh, yeah. What do you suppose they're
金属の
for?
棒
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
いつ壊れたの？
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
貝殻の証拠となるものは何だろう。あの絵じゃない？フローラの絵。フレイヤの絵。違う。フレイヤの絵。違う、肖像画じゃなくてフレイヤの絵だったわ。フレイヤの絵の具の下にあるやつ。そう、隣。
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Penny はどうやって、そしてなぜ屋上庭園に行こうと思ったのか。ポピーとフィッツはなぜでしょう。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
黄色いのがタバさん。
She'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear. Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
教えてはくれないんだ。グッドクエスチョンだけど。
ょっと鳥のことわからんかった。
わかりそうだったのに。
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
Found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
そうなの?
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
あれとセットの気が
I've
する
seen
けど。
those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
They 全員見たの。あとあれだけど。
全員疑惑が入ってない人もういないの。
うん。見たじゃん、全部これ。
全部これで。
この中だったんかな、テープ。
F と P の垂れ幕って調べたっけ?
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? This one has a big P. How very P-septic.
なんだこれ。
なんだっけ? あんま覚えてなかった。 鳥さんについて考えるか。このさ、ペニーとフィフィの間にあるのもなんかありそうだよな。なんかあったかいんでしょ？ってことはさ、フィフィの部屋の壁もあったかいんじゃないの？
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah.
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
まあ溶けるっちゃ溶けんだけどね。
無理やりだから。
鳥じゃ
Let's come back later. What animal is that?
Hawk, bear, lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
鳥はいっぱいいるんだけど。でもよくわかってないし。あ、これは？
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
ガラスの箱ってあれじゃん。
Might have been for keeping insects.
Not the kind of flap.
フレイヤ
That's
が
cool.
ガ
Looks
ラス
like
の
old
箱を持ってきて昆虫を入れてくれてたんでしょ？ここにあったんだ。
うん。あ、知らなかった。お覚えてなかったもん。
Looks
覚え
pretty
てなかっ
depressed.
た。
He's had a rough couple of days.
.じゃあ
これか。
That's all four melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens?
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be. That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
開いた。
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
.下に隠されたもん。
あ、
Bugs. Big ones.
でけえ。
Looks like they're made of metal.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection.
A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
What's in there? Nine beetles, all different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
お席見て。
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
うん。
体調ってわけでもなさそうだな。
うん。これあれか？
どれだ？
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
カマムシ見て。
9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a
kids.
bunch. It's mostly numbers. It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms. Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Thirsty?
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Forensic Entomology.
That's an incredibly specific. Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
何したがるの？
Depends on your perspective.
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
そんな難しくなくね、きっとこれ。もう動かせなくなるのこれ。
でしょ。
あ、いや、いけるじゃん。
動かせる。
なるほど。
ああだね。白いパズルだね。
うん。ってことは、これか。うん。なんか層にしか動かせないところを見てったらいいじゃん。
そうですね。 けたんじゃない？
うい賢い俺。
No, that was it.
Nice work.
Nice work.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
4番目がないってことね。
そういうこと。
それがこれか。
見た瞬間分かった。
うん。4って書いてあったもんな。
うん。
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
レイヤーの日記もう一回見たいな。
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
ここで撮ったんか。
Right. But if that's the
だから
lake
ボコボコ
bed,
言ってんだ。
why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book. There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
응?
あ、合ってるよ。
うん。
増築されたんだ
増築されたんだもんな。
うん。
なんだよこれ。
書斎があったん？大広間から行けんじゃん、書斎。
やっぱ水槽はなんかあったの？
あの水槽が書斎なのか。
鳥小屋。
It's the aviary. Music room. That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made. The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? So, the whole...
Apparently.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
柱の上に立ってるってこと？この
うん。
タングルタワ
The
ー。
library.
これは？
So, the whole...
Apparently.
So,
Apparently.
the rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
確かに。屋上じゃないもんね。
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
レイヤの部屋物置だったんだね。
We're too late.
それよね。
This photograph has been stabbed.
Why?
そんな。
By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
あ、
うん。
これか
赤い。ロープだ。時計の針。
うん。
So what's the photo?
お、フローラのお父さんってこと？
名前忘れたけど。
Do you know who it is in the photo?
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point. This room looks like
It
old.
makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern.
なんだその草。
Gives off kind of a dungeon vibe.
What do people actually use chains for?
Nothing good.
日記だよね。日記みたいな本。
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a
あ、
children's
それが絵
book.
本か。
うん。
なんでさ、ろうそくついてんだ？
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
これか。木彫りの人形か。
That's not right.
違うの？違った。
違うだろ。
しょぼり。
それは違うだろ。
違うって言われた。じゃあいいです。
信用って書いてある。
That's not right.
一回見て、傷ついた写真。この人を見て、気になること。向こうのフローラ可愛いやんけ。
ああ、これ入り口か。
ああ、そうだね。あ、この人じゃん。
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
レミングトンでしょ。
Lord Remington.
違うの？
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
確かに。
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
そんなに長い間いた。
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch. A ladder.
Want to go up?
Nandaこれ。
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Good. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar? This crab really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
One.
-勇ましい。
Is that
It's
it?
gotta-
Also, crabs normally. Perfect.
あ、いた。
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
お、あった。これ
あ
だ
っ。た。
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
確かに。正面から刺されてんだもんな。
Some kind of fish
正面違うな。
and a bird skull?
違うな
I。guess.
違うな。正面じゃね
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Some kind of fish and a bird skull?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot.
Well, how about we stop talking
え。もう
about
犯人の目星ついた？
Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Hmm.
大体わかるけどわかんない人もいるね。いや、全員は知ってるのか。
屋敷の大使。Hmm.
いや、やっぱわかんない。一人誰だかわかんない人。一人、二人？一人だよな。なんでポピーが入ってんのでも。
大使。まあ入り口やなこれ。
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
なるほど。
That's how we got in. It leads down into the Great Hall.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in or out.
dragon?
書斎に見えないね、でも。
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
謎の扉みたいなのもあるけど。
It's a wooden pinboard. Hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
おー、これじゃん。
あったー。ホークショアがいる。重ねらんないね、それ。
A wooden stool.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there. Nice chair.
It's still warm.
そ
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
う。びっく
Maybe.
りした。
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
焼却炉につながってたんか。どいであったかいわけだね。黒いボタン、赤い布の切れ端。
An incinerator built. It's still.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. Yeah, there's something.
黒いボでも思いつくのは一人だよ。
Snake? That's the one. Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You
燃やさ
sure
れてたん
that's a
か。
good thing? That's a bookcase. It's mostly empty.
What a surprise.
They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
わかる。正直わかる。
Nice rug.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
なんだそれ。
なんかガラス管なんだよ。割れてるし。
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah. They're on the inside.
内側にあんの？ひびが？
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
真ん中のやつつけらなんかできないの？
ん？
じゃあ真ん中のそれだよ。
It's a wooden hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
1、2、3。どういうこと？あ、これって人なの？もう一回見てもいい？これ、ホークショア？
なんだ、1、2、3って。ね、これだからさ、
うん
俺もそれは思ってたんだけど、そうじゃなくて、数字が意味わかんないと思って。
わかんねえけど、この写真もホークショアなの？でもそう言われてみれば似ているような似ていないような。
いや、だったとしてもなんだけど、下に書いてあるじゃん、ちらっと。
書いてあった？
絵が。で、これがないんだよ。
それだってあるんじゃないか、もしかして。緑の紙だろ。
もう暗くなっちゃった。
let's not wander off right now.
窓閉めてくれ。何も見えねえ。
Coffee table, half empty wine bottle. I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
届かない私。もうこれも邪魔だし、何もかも邪魔で届かない。
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Freya の絵でしょ。フレアの絵でしょ。
The painting from Freya's room. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Time to solve this.
もう揃った。
All right, break out the
わかっ
notebook.
た？
Time to put it all together.
なんか言ってよ。
Start with
いや
this.
待って
It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it
でっ
matches
かな
Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon.
犯
I'm
人
sure
わかんない
of it.
私。
Despite the
全然わか
fact
って
it
ない。
doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless... Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too. She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do
Yeah.
that.
There was something in the gramophone.
何があったんだ
Something small.
To. あと。
小さい何かが入っていた。蓄音機の中に。
あれじゃないの？
これ分かっていない。
That's not it. That's not it.
あれじゃなくて。
もう一個あるよ。ページ。
いや、うん。
蓄音機の中で何かが再生されて、それが破裂したってこと？破裂して、それで2人とも気絶するきっかけになったってこと？
破裂っていうかさ、これどれだ？
何かがあったから2人とも気絶したんだよね。
あれ？俺考えてること違う。待って待って。
That's not it.
違うのか。
That's not it.
これは違うやつだもんな。
燃やされたもの？
That's not it.
違うな。普通にわからん。これ秘密の日記ってところで何書いたんだっけ？もう一回見てもいい？
ここに書いてあってそれは。ただね、これなんか
なんて感動的なメロディーが2つ？
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
あれ俺か。ちょっと待って。でも。
That's not it.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
いろんなものが壊れてるもんね。絵の具でしょ
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too?
それがあれ
Think
か
about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
なんとなくそこら辺の感じは分かってたんだけど、虫でよかったんだ、あれ。
虫の音あったんだね。
うん。いや、テープでもできんのかなと思ったんだけど。
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
もう一個鉢植えあんだな。
うん。
でも鉢植え今一個しかないよ。
Plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
全然気づかなかったです。
確かに気づかなかった。同じ鉢植えあんのなって思ってたけど。
タンタムアミカだとは思ってませんでした。
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
色が全く使われてないんだよね。
右側か。うん。なんかあったんかな。右側。ごめん、ちょっとまだわかんねえ。
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
なんで右側に黄色。あれ、黄色にする予定だったの？
空の色は黄色使ったように見えるけ
The
ど。
answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
これな。いや、合ってんのかなわかんねえ、ちょっと。
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
見つけたんじゃないの？
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here.
わざ
In
と
this room. Where'd it go?
見つけたじゃんだって。
We found it somewhere else.
違うよ。
違う、これじゃなくて。これ。
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And
Ended
ended
up-
up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it. But she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
ね、もう一回開封済みの手紙ちょっとだけ見てもいい？ありがとう。
あれ意図を伝えるためのもの
That's not it.
パレット？
Freya prepared all the
そうなの。
colors she was going to need before she started painting.
ないもの。
こんなの。
The yellow paint was going to be
Parece bueno.
used to paint the sketch of
黄色いんだこれ。
something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
This 見てる。
黄色い方は見なくてよかったの？
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
なんだそれ。縛るか。
1個しかないよな。
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after.
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
あ、それわかんねえ。
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds,
確かに書いてある。
insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mystids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious,
Wait.
isn't it? I
地図に書いてあ
suspect
った
it
ね。
was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mystids are perfectly real. They're just
それが
kept
何なのかは
secret.
わかんなかった。
Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones. The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
眩しすぎるって。
それか弾も消していい？
That's not right.
うん。
インクリップ。
That's not it.
鳥の図鑑。
That's not it.
違うか。ポインターが見つけたやつ。黄金の虫？それが。
So, where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Ah, well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was
わかん
even
ないそれ
a
が
lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
「他にもちょっと見ようよ」
ん？
もう何も喋んないのかな。
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
確かに。この人頑張りすぎじゃない？いちいち頑張って変装してたの？
I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
動いた。
あ、
あ、やばい。
あいつ。
あいつ。ちょっとボート取られてるじゃない。
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
性格。
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
さすが。
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her. But who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Quickly歩いた。
バイバイ、ミスさん。
一匹で繁殖なんか無理だろ。アメーバじゃあるまいし。全然わかりませんでした。犯人。どうやって帰んのところで。
お、
グリモはこのままじゃ帰れませんが。確かに茶色じゃねえなこれ。 だったんだ。
前作買ったの？
その
おにぎりじゃん。
グリモアが出てた時にこの人も出てたんだ。シャリーも出てたんだ。サリーかな。
うん。どうした？
どうした？
ちょっと。
頑張れ。
え？
一さん。
ちょっと。
そこで
読み込んでんの今これ。
そうだと言って読み込んでるだけでしょ。
ファック。
嫌だー。そんな終わり方嫌だよ。あー。
ファック。
戻ってきた。かつての栄光が。悪い人じゃないのになんだか何も分かんなかった人。アニメーションよかったね。風がなびくアニメーション。全く一緒だ。
あ、そうなっちゃう。
だいぶ違うね、今と。確かになんかすごい海っぽい入れ墨がいっぱいしてあった。ローカライズよくできてんな。確かにうざそう。フィフィなんか最初のフィフィ怖っ。てか今のフィフィより可愛いじゃないかよ。 確かにそんな場面なかったの。完全に誰も完全に架空の人物だとは思わなかったな。いやいや、全然違うね。近づいてきた。喋れないのが残念。
ブチブチ抜いてるよ。いや、抜いてる。
屋根って感じしかしなかったけど、本ってイメージもあったんだ。そこの扉開けない？
熱くないよ、そんな。
そう。
そうなのか。頭に鳥乗ってんのは最初からあったんだ。
一番感情が豊か。感情が豊かじゃないキャラクターの方が多いんだよ。結構みんなポピーのイメージは決まってたんだ。何が残っている？エレガント貴族のように。向こうカバーあった。
蓄音機の中のその音がきっかけで倒れたとかっていうのは想像がついたんだけど、そうか、虫の音を増幅させりゃよかったのか。ガラスなんだっけ、ガラスでこう実験してたんだろうなっていうのを見たから。
実験の後とか考えてなかったな。
関係性はある。全く同じことが起こっててガラスが割れてるから、そんだけすごかったんだろうなっていうのが分かったから、実験ってか、まあ一回やったんだろうなって。
そっか、そういえばそうだね。昆虫関係。
うん。
そういう言われてみればそうだった。 さらにフィッツが怖くなってる。
うん。
ペニーのこと好きなの？
腹減っちゃった。
食ってから3時間も経ってないの？怖っ。
なんかラーメンじゃ。
いや、おしるこも食ったやんけ。おしるこ残ってんじゃないの？
うん。
おしるこ食ったの？おしるこじゃないの？
じゃないかな。
物は本物だった。ランプは。 何 BGM なかったの？
うん。なるほど。間違えちゃった。
ページ見ない。前のページもさ、前のやつ見てないんじゃない？その虫の部屋。そうだ、その辺見てねえぜ。じゃあその前のページも見てねえぜ。綺麗、かっこいい。誰が結局ホローソクつけたんだよ。いや、ね、やばい、今ので終わり。
これと一緒になってんの？一緒になってたじゃん。
いや、ネウダベア一緒じゃないよ。もう終わったんだね、でも。地震来た、一発で崩れそう。あぶれたわ。
うん。なるほどね。なるほど。
何がなるほどなんだ。
なるほど、なるほど。うん。うん、うまい。
よかったね。いらないって言ってたじゃん。
全然知らん。
アウトザハウス。 体なかったね。副音機は風とテープ聞けないかな。まあ、さらに何年かするとこれもかっこいいなって思うようになるんだよ、また。19歳には分かんなかった。わかりやすい。全然ホークショアだと思わなかった。
わかんなかったね。
ん？
わかんなかったね。
うん。
数字意味わかんねえけど。
はい。で、グリモアの作品はいっぱいあるんだ。いっぱいってないわけじゃないんだけど。青い土ってかっこいいね。ワイングラスだったのか。似てる。花の、すごい似てるじゃん。この花。そこまで似てなかったよね、だって。
うん。
めっちゃ似てんじゃん、これは。この花は。そんな、もうちょっと大切にしろよ。
なんで字書いたんだよ。なんで字書いたんだよと思ったけど。
結局あれ何だったの？あのメモ。本当にペニーと、違う、ペニーじゃん。ペニーがポピーと、ピッツが仲いいからって偵察して。
いいんじゃない？うん。 これがあれだったわけだよね、やっぱ。
重要？
いや。あ。やっぱりとんがってたんだね。
意図的にとんがらせた。とんがらされてる。確かにどうやって物とか食べてんの？ほうきっぽいなとは思ったけど。だからもう全部なくなるとはね。
なんてこった。
お前が食ったんだよ。
縦に使うつもりだったのに。
ポピーに似てる人はポピーのお母さんでいいのか。
でいいんじゃない？こんにちは。
気づいてた？フォークショーが完全に架空の人物だって。
いや、それは分かんなかった。だって分かりようがなくね、それは。
まあ確かに。
でもいいラストだった。
明るいとこしか行けないのか。デートパート。
いけんのかね。
明るいとこには行ける。じゃあフォークショアの
ポークショーね。ポークショーね。
フォークショーか。
ショアってなんだと思う？
あだってそう聞こえたんだもん。
そんではそうなのか。うん。あ、そうだった。あんまり意味がなかったの。俺も合ってるときどうしようかと思ってた。なんか全員の調べた結果が合ってたからどうしようと思った。うん。実際普通に合ってた。マサイメで合ってんのかな。うん、フォークショーのことでしょ。うん。ソウルベアラーっていうの？うん。うん。このおもちゃはなんだよ。
それが一番謎なんだけど。じゃあ結局誰が渡したの？
うん。うん。うん。面白いゲームだった。いいゲームだったな。うん。